Hello, welcome. How are you guys today? Happy Monday. It is, yeah, it's Monday. And let's talk about what we're going to do today. Well, I'm going to talk about what I'm going to do today. Let me know if you are here. If you clearly, I have up on my screen that I'm going to be reading The Jungle today by Upton Sinclair. This is the August September book club pick for my members book club. And I have never read this. I have no idea how this is going to go. You're going to see me start it live. So, in case you're wondering about my edition, I do have the uncensored original edition. Apparently, the manuscript for this was lost for 80 years. It's the complete original edition, and it's a third longer than the censored commercial versions. And the main reason I wanted to read this version is not because it's more gross and gory, though it is, but because Upton Sinclair, my understanding, is originally wrote this book because he wanted to improve workers' conditions, specifically addressing the immigration and immigrant workers that were working in the meatpacking industry and how they were being treated. However, a lot of what got cut has to do with the immigrants, and a lot of what got left in the book had to do with the conditions in the meat factories. And then there's the whole famous line that who knows whether or not he said, I don't know yet, that he wanted to reach people's hearts and he ended up reaching people's stomachs. And a lot of people think it's because the way the book was edited/censored. On the back, it talks about how it contains 36 chapters rather than the 31. And the restored material includes Sinclair's most pointed political commentary and additional shocking scenes. But it's the political commentary that made me want to get those extra chapters. So I'm looking forward to starting this. I am for sure planning on annotating this book and marking in it. So yeah, my hope and goal is to read 50 pages of this today. And I have quite a few other things I'm also going to be working on today. I am still working on this poetry collection, African American Poetry, 250 years of struggle and song. So my plan has been to read one poem a day. I have not been good at that. It's been one poem randomly, sporadically. I think I need to move this to my breakfast spot, like my dining table, so that at breakfast, I can just, while I sit there, as soon as I finish my breakfast and still have coffee left, I can read my one poem. Locationally assigning tasks to myself sometimes works. I have a couple of other things that I'll share, and then I'm going to see what you guys are up to. I have an audiobook going. I'm going to be listening to that first and foremost during the first sprint, because during the first sprint, I want to move around. I need to clean this room up. It's super untidy and it's bothering me. I have a ton of dishes that I need to do. So my first sprint is going to be on my feet, tidying the crap out of things, listening to my audiobook, which I still haven't told you what it is. It is Kon-Tiki. What can I say about this? This is a travel fiction book type thing, nonfiction. It's nonfiction travelogue. Things I'm liking about the book so far is that it's reminding me of the idea in Dinner with King Tut, where the guy was talking about how, for whatever reason, science has developed as being just completely theory-based, or certain types of science, like anthropology, and has turned into a theory-based science where we're just going to think about how we think people did things, and it's not going to actually try them and see if they would actually work. So this guy, Thor, which way to have an awesome first name, he had the same issue where he wanted to prove that the Polynesian islands were populated by descendants of people from Peru, and that the people in Peru built rafts that they rode on across the Pacific Ocean and ended up in Polynesia. That has since been disproven. That is not true. That's not how that happened. But he still went on the raft across the Pacific Ocean, and I want to read about that journey. There are other problematic things within it, but at the time that he was trying to get this journey funded, there were a lot of people who were like, even if you think that's what happened, why do you need to go on a boat to prove it? So I'm liking that connection between this book and this other book. What I'm not liking about this book is I did not realize how long ago this happened. For some reason, I thought it happened and this whole book was written in the 70s. It was originally published in 1948, and it shows, because the other book it's reminding me of is the National Telepathy, with the horrible colonialist in there trying to start an ethnographic theme park. The people doing that in that book could have been the people on this raft, probably were the people on this raft. So, tension there. That's a lot about that little book, but that's what I'm listening to on audiobook. I also just started yesterday Cloud Splitter, which is a reread for me. I read it back in high school when it first came out. Must have been my senior year in high school or over the summer, because it came out in 1998, which is when I would have been a senior in high school. And I recall really enjoying this book. I started it. I realized I probably shouldn't have started it, but then it was too late, because so far I'm really enjoying the writing style. Even though he's kind of on the side of a bit more poetic than I tend to like, but he hits it just right. His writing, Russell Banks' writing, reminds me of the excerpts I've read by Walt Whitman in Leaves of Grass. So if you like that kind of writing, you might like this book. This is historical fiction about John Brown as told by his son, his youngest son, who was like the only one who survived Harper's Ferry. If you don't know all the historical information about that, I'm not going to get into it here, but that's basically what it's about. And Russell Banks talks about how, like, you should not take his work as an understanding of what happened in those events, because he has fictionalized basically the crap out of history. For better or worse, we'll see. I don't know yet. I've heard very mixed things. I think the most that I've heard is people kind of end up feeling like, when they compare it to the actual history, like, why did you bother making the changes you did? So I'm hoping as I read that he's going to textually explain why he made the changes he did. And I think he kind of is. So that's a lot from me about what I'm doing today. Let's see what you're doing. I'm also going to be cleaning upstairs where my son lives to get a thorough clean and not a college student clean, if you will. A college student boy clean. Maybe the same thing. Anyway, Dina, good morning to you. You're reading My Year Abroad by Chang-Rae Lee. Nice. I tried that book one time and I ended up DNFing it, not because I thought it was bad. I just realized, like, I had read enough by that point in my adult life that I realized, like, I don't think I'm actually going to be interested in what this book is about. But I don't know. Maybe if I looked at it again now, my opinion would be different. But let me know what you think. I hope you like it. Britta, hello. How are you? Happy Monday. Chores for you to start with, plus a nap. Oh, that sounds good. Is it bad that it's 9 a.m. and like a nap sounds good? Diana, good morning. You're going to start by reading another letter and 1,000 books to read before you die. Nice. I like your idea of like going through a letter every now and then. Amy, good morning. To start your day, you'll be working on your journal and beginning your morning reading from your basket of inspirational books. That sounds nice. Not sure which books you'll read yet. Fair. Hello, Julia. How are you? I hope you're well. Looking forward to another reading day. Same. You also have a virtual appointment at 10 a.m. Okay, sounds good. We'll get some reading in before then, and I hope your appointment goes well. Sue, good morning. Oh, another sleepless night. No, concentrating will be so hard. So you're jumping around in books today. That is a totally fair way to do it. And I hope you get a really, really good nap in today, Sue. due to allergies and travels and other things, I have not slept well until last night. So I had like 2 or 3 nights of like poor sleep. So I can relate and I hate it. So I hope you get some good sleep in here and there. Gee, I hope everyone's having a nice start to the week. I hope you are as well. And you randomly started Anna K, like actually like the book Anna K, because I think there is a book Anna K. Or did you start Anna Karenina? Because there's like so many like Anna Karenina like retellings and knockoffs that have parts of her name in there that now when people do like abbreviate the name, I'm like, are you reading a different book or the one by Tolstoy? Picking at your fantasy, A Dance of Burning Blades. Book 1 took you a few days. You're at 30% in 2 weeks with book 2. Okay, that sounds good. Hello, Amelia. How are you? Hi, Chris. How are you? You'll be reading Publishable by Death today. I like that title. Nice pun there. Thanks for joining, Chris. It's good to see you. CL, hello to you. Thanks for joining and saying hi. Hello, Agatha. Good morning. You'll be starting off today with poetry and journaling. That sounds good. Hey, Kristen. You found that edition of The Jungle at the used bookstore. Nice find. And you almost bought it, but it was a little too beat up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, I need the used bookstores to up their standards, like just a little bit. Because I feel like sometimes when you go to sell them things, they're like, no, we don't take anything that's not in like practically new condition. And I'm like, can you see that stank book over there? Yes, you do. Oh gosh, you still need to pick up one up. All right, sounds good. I hope you find one. Gee, now sounds like a good time to read The Jungle in the States. Oh, I know. Oh, let me add to my trauma. Yeah, no, it's probably not. It's probably a horrible time. Meg, you're brave. We'll see how far I get. Sushi, good morning. You're getting ready for Library Monday. Ooh, yeah, that's right. For a second, I was like, what's Library Monday? And then it all came back to me. I thought it was like an event as opposed to you're going to the library on Monday. You're listening to The Obituary Writer by Anne Hood and then a video too from your YouTube watch list. Nice. You're still working at it. Amelia got a lot of things already out of the way. Good job. So you can focus on reading now. Yay. Some journaling is also on the list for later. Awesome. Kristen's hoping to read an arc today that came out last week. You need to catch up. You think you have about 140 pages left. Also 2 hours left of your audio. Very good. Diana read The Jungle a while back, so you'll be reading something else. Awesome. You did order your copy of Pink Crime. Yay! It'll arrive tomorrow. Awesome. And if you're wondering about Pink Crime, I put out a video this morning announcing that I am indeed doing a read along for Pink Crime in September. And yeah, this is subtitled Fighting Against the Criminalization of Motherhood, Pregnancy, and Queer Identity. And this is, oh gosh, just saw one of the subtitles. This is a book I'm looking forward to. And also like The Jungle, I'm like, okay, I've got to mentally prepare myself. So I'm glad that these two books aren't going to be close to one another. You're not sure what you're reading, Meg? You finished The Caregiver over the weekend. It was good. You have all kinds of laundry to do. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. Hopefully find something good to read while you do the laundry. The Jungle, feeling queasy just thinking about it. No hot dogs while you're reading. Oh, yeah, no. I probably shouldn't read it because there's so many things that like are just grossing me out right now. I have a very safe lunch prepared. I didn't even think about that, but I do. My lunch is going to be some pork that I've already eaten, so I know it's okay. And it's going to be over beans and veggies. So I should be fine. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Good morning. You're reading. And then he sang a lullaby by Ani Coyote. Sounds good. I haven't heard of it, but I hope you enjoy it. Anna, hello. You're doing some house chores. You have book club tonight. Fun. But you finished the book on time for once. Yay. On time being yesterday. It still counts. Nobody knows that. Good morning, Viviana. How are you? I hope you're well. And Mickey, hello, good morning to you. You were here last week, but was at the hospital with your sister and her new baby. Oh, happy birthday to the new baby. How exciting. I hope your sister's doing well, and congratulations to you, Auntie. So you were super distracted with getting baby snuggles in. Oh, I would be too. But today you're working, hoping to continue with If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, which you're enjoying more than you thought you would. Awesome. Jordy, hello. Alternating between reading and decluttering in sprints today, hoping to get rid of 2 or 3 bags of clothes, all the summer stuff you didn't wear. That makes sense. Hope everyone has a great day. I hope you do as well and that your decluttering goes well. Gina, good morning. You're finishing up renovation. Nice. And Britta was saying to Mickey that she just brought that book. Okay, let me know how you like it, Britta. I've tried it once. I DNF'd it. I loved the first chapter or the first part. And then I got into the second part and I was like, what is happening? What are we doing? And do I want to follow? I feel like to finish that book, I would need to read a complete explanation of what's happening before going on. I don't know. Oh, okay, Anna Karenina. Okay. And Viviana, sometimes you don't comment on videos, but most of the time you resonate with you on the recommendations. You'll be reading Herland. Ooh, nice. Let me know what you think. I hope you enjoy it. And Mickey, I hope you enjoy it, Britta. Hello, Alex. Good morning. Late because you lost track of time watching reels on Instagram about paleoanthropology. New obsession? Maybe. What did you learn? What were you watching? What were they saying? I think anthropology and paleoanthropology and all of that is so fascinating. So fascinating. I just love learning about people, and it's yeah. Michelle, good morning. You'll be working and cleaning. The semester starts today for college work. For the college you work at, you're expecting a busy week. Oh, I bet. Good luck with that. I hope it goes well and that everything balances out and that you're not too tired by the weekend, because I know how that can go. G was saying to Britta, is the weather cooling down? Yeah. Is everybody getting cooler weather? We're supposed to be getting amazing weather this week. Low 80s as the high. In fact, I'm going to go out and see exactly how loud the cicadas are planning on being so I can see whether or not we could actually sit outside there. And yes, in Kelowna, it's fine. In the south where your mom lives, still 95. No, that's who really needed the cooler weather. I hope she gets the cool weather soon too. Mickey, you agree about the RE regarding If on a Winter's Night, you started it as an audiobook and was like, what is going on? On a closer second reading, you were able to figure it out, but you're super annoyed that we never get a full story. Yeah, see, that's the other reason that I'm like, I don't know if I could go back to it. But it is definitely a book that you have to like read with patience, because you're going to be like, wait, what? Oh no, 104, Sue. Dry heat. Gee, good Britta. I hope you have no hope for Florida until December. I mean, that is kind of just Florida weather, right? Kristen, only 62. Oh, wow, that is nice. Oh, it's 62 where I am too. The cicadas have been a lot though. It's not even a bad year. I know. Like, if you're in one of the parts of the world, like, or US that gets cicadas, like, it's not even a horde year. And I'm like, literally, I was on a walk with my husband yesterday, and I was like, okay, shh, because we were passing a tree, and just one cicada was going insane. And I was like, dude, just calm it down. Yes, I actually talked out loud to it. And my husband just looked at me like, but it did quiet. And I was like, see, sometimes they just need to know. Did he start making his crazy noise seconds later? Absolutely yes. But at least it wasn't while we were walking by. I have videos of my son's childhood, like him riding a bike for the first time with massive cicada noise in the background. And it was so bad and constant that, like, when I sent the video to my family, they saw it and they were like, what is that sound? And I was like, what sound? Like, I didn't even hear it anymore. Oh my gosh, you didn't realize how many species of human there actually were, and that coexisted. Oh, right, 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 right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. How many were there? Because I feel like that's something that never gets talked about. Honestly, understandably, because some people then go to really weird places with it. Um, so you know it's very humid here, even though you're close to Palm Springs. Oh, I'm sorry. 102 and humid is not fair. Letting your dog out at night is perilous. You've almost shut the door on her trying to keep the cicadas out. It's definitely an irrational fear. No, no, barely justified. I totally get it. I totally get it. I remember when we were living in Virginia, we had that year of the magic eye swarm horde, which was utterly disgusting, especially when they started falling out of the trees. But like there was just a point where they were just everywhere and like you could literally just hear them knocking on the windows. That's what it felt like. It felt like a horror movie because you could hear them flying into the windows by accident because they were just constantly flying around. And then they'd get stuck between your window and the screen. So they'd just be making your screen rattle. It was so gross. So gross. And that was definitely a year where I was like, we cannot let these in the house. They're like Dracula. They will suck our blood in the night. I was convinced. Anyway, now that we've had that conversation, I think I'm ready to read The Jungle. But that's not what I'm starting with. I'm starting with Kontiki. I'm gonna calm myself down, then I'm gonna go to the jungle. Then I'll get to Cloud Splitter later today. Your son was asking you a question about cicadas, Alex, and you were like, you need to wait for this bug to be done so I can hear and focus." Right. Exactly. Like, sorry, I can't hear what you're saying right now because my whole focus is on the crazy sound that feels like it's in my ear. That is, yeah, if you don't live near cicadas, you are consider yourself blessed. Anyway, all right, let's get going so that we can get our things done. So, yeah, Kristen, you've gotten one in your house before, and the antics you went through to try and hockey slap shot it out the door. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. And Amelia saying to Gina, "You love that book. Please don't hurt your feelings." Oh no, you're emotionally invested in the outcome. Oh, that's the worst, isn't it? But also the best and the fun part of reading. Okay. Oh, I don't even have like our clock up yet. Let me go get that on. It's floating in the background. It's ready to go. I just didn't share it with you. So there is our clock up on the screen in some manner or another. I'm going to change it to be like that because I'm going to change myself to be like this. And yay, there we go. All right, we are ready for our first sprint with 45 minutes on the clock. I'm going to throw on my audiobook of this book here and travel on the ocean, though they're not on the ocean yet, but hopefully they will be by the time I'm done with this sprint. And I'm going to clean up and do some dishes and get my annotating tools together so I can start the jungle. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting and good luck with whatever you are doing and working on. Hello and welcome back from that first sprint. How did it go for everybody? What were you up to? Did you do what you planned? That's always a major question. I did do what I planned, which was I did spend the time listening to Kontiki on my phone. And I was saying that I was hoping that in that section that I read that they would actually like start the journey on the ocean, and they did. In fact, I finished the chapter, and the title of the next chapter is Halfway. So, like I said, it's a short book. They're already halfway through. I have about 2.5 hours left of the audiobook. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll finish it today. Uh, I don't know, because at this point, my plan is to just read it um, when I'm up and moving around and trying to like get different things done. I think what I'm going to do now is sit and read for most of the next hour. And then at the end of that hour, spend 15 minutes cleaning and this and that. Or maybe I should do my cleaning first. I feel like it works better when I do the cleaning at the beginning of the hour. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So, I guess I'm going to go back into Kontiki at the beginning of the hour. But then after that, I am going to read my one poem for the day before I get started on the jungle. So, I do have the jungle sitting over here with me. I did, never put my phone on silent. So, let's do that before I forget. And yeah, I am going to start the jungle during the next sprint. I have it over here right now because I want to finish setting up my notebook. So this will be my little pairing for this. I don't do this for every book that I read. I do it mainly for the books that I want to take a lot of notes on and that I think I'm going to go back and read and would like to see the notes from it from the last time I read. So basically books that I'm going to heavily annotate, which I feel like The Jungle is definitely going to be one of those. I'm even going to attempt to do a color-coded annotation of that and see how that goes. I'm almost tempted to do a notebook for Cloud Splitter because I have so many thoughts on that book so far, just the writing and what I feel like is being said. But I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to tab it and then just put it in my general reading notebook because I like stationery. So I have 5 gajillion notebooks, but I'm semi-narrowing it down. And I definitely have plans to condense that down a lot for next year. But for now, I'm using 5 million journals. And yeah. Okay, let's see what you guys got up to during that sprint. While there's not a lot of comments there yet. Amelia finished The Fawn. Ooh, how was that? I have not read anything by this author yet, but she has a couple of different things that I'm interested in. I don't remember what The Fawn is about, but I think that's one of hers that I want to read. And she's the same author that wrote The Door, right? And it seems like people liked that one. Definitely not one for people who haven't read something by this author before. Oh, okay, well, fair. Good to know about The Fawn. Oh my gosh. Do you think it's just because her style in that one is more stylized, or why would you say that? Diana, your screen was stuck on the waiting ones. You missed the whole first chat. No. The chat on the side was moving, but you were still waiting for me to appear. Oh, no. I'm so sorry that you missed it. How weird. You never know with tech, right? So you just started If on a Winter's Night, a Traveler. Very different. Yes, it is. Hello, Nutty McFreak. How are you? Reading Woodworking, going for a walk with an audiobook next sprint. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy your walk. Alex ate breakfast, read, listened to first couple of pages of The Jungle, printed math lessons for the week. Very nice. You know what? Did you create a place for us to talk about that, or do I need to do that? I think I gave you permissions to do that, but clearly I've been struggling with how to work that out. Let me know, and if not, I will make a space for it. And hello, BG. It looks at the time can sadly not be here for any longer at the moment. Maybe you can join from the library before you're joining your book club. You're reading This Book Made Me Think of You at the moment. Sounds good. I hope you're able to join from the library, but if not, have a great day. G thought Abigail was old, 3 range, but haven't liked anything else by her. Oh. Was you thought her, you thought she was good. Oh, you thought Abigail the book was good, but I was like, you thought she was 3 years old? Kristen, you have The Door on your side table right now. You really want to read that one soon. I thought you had read it, Kristen. Maybe you just mentioned when you hauled it, because you were one of the people who I thought had read it. Agatha finished Poetry of Presence, an anthology of mindfulness poems. It was excellent. Might balance out the jungle. Good to know. I might need that balance. Sue fed the cat their kibble, chatted with your daughter, paid bills. Alex was saying to Diana, that's happened to you before, and you had to leave and come back in. How weird. I never knew that. Maybe I shouldn't do that at the beginning anymore. Dina, you've read 30 pages of your year abroad. You're finding it to be really slow. That was my experience. But you're going to keep reading. Do it. Let me know how it goes. Let me know if I made a mistake. You didn't yet. You were going to ask if you want to do it by chapter or chunks. Oh, that's a good point. What version of the book do you have? Because that might, I'm thinking if we don't have the same edition, page numbers are going to be hard. So, yeah. Gee, we know my fingers have a mind of their own in chat. Donors, all of ours. Jordy managed to read a total of 0 pages as you had to sort out your ever-growing total of readathon challenge spreadsheets. Same. I totally get it. And I'm not even doing that many. And I'm still like, I'm forgetting things. Next sprint will be your first decluttering sprint. Awesome. Kristen probably said you were reading it one day and then got distracted. Oh, okay, maybe. Though I might also be thinking on calculation of volume. Diana didn't have to leave, just refresh the page. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Kristen just got back from your monthly vet trip. Oh, no nuggets. You got them yesterday. Oh, okay. But yeah, you would be in trouble for today because I'm sure somebody thinks it should have been a 2-nugget week. Trying not to say it too loudly because I know your dog listens. Gee, by the way, if I notice Fable doesn't have chapters loaded, so you can send an email to support to fix. Holly and you went through that. Yeah, I guess, now that you say that, G, Alex and I were going to try Fable one more time. We tried Fable to see if we wanted to try Fable. And it wasn't the best. It's beautiful, like aesthetically very, very pleasing. But there were just some things that weren't that intuitive and we felt like weren't that conducive to making more than like a tweet response to something. You have an old Signet Classic, says the book was $1.25. Oh my gosh. Can you even imagine? Like new? So chapters 1 through 3 are just under 50 pages. Okay, well, let me check what that would be in mine. 50 pages would get me to chapter 5. So just under 50 pages. Is that going to be chapter 4? Yeah, page like 46 would be chapter 1 through 4 for me. So I'm guessing we should do by chapter then. And we can do based on your book. That's totally fine. So we can do chapters 1 through 3. So I guess maybe I'll just check the check-in number, and then you can go in and let me know what chapters those would be. Your dog was very selective hearing, but some nugets is definitely one of her favorite words. Yeah, I know. I just know how that like head would snap around and look at the television like, what? Did I hear my favorite word? Storygraph does has a feature, and that's where we usually use if we're doing a we're going to write out our comments, but we're trying different things other than Voxer to see if we can find some other. platform that we like for doing text that still allows us to put it into a forum, which you can't do on Voxer. We're trying Discord right now, if you're wondering. Agatha, in the next sprint, hoping to reach chapter 9 in The Way We Live Now and write a review for Poetry of Presence. And oh my gosh, just a real quick comment on Anthony Trollope. I finally got a chance to watch Katie's video on Anthony Trollope and how if you like this author or book, here's the Anthony Trollope it means you should read. That was so helpful to me. It made me realize, like, oh, maybe I would like Anthony Trollope, but I'm just reading the wrong book by him. Because I'm kind of like, want Anthony Trollope to work out for me because he has such a big backlist. But now knowing more about what his backlist looks like, it also helped me realize I'm still not going to like everything that he's written. But anyway, books and things. If you haven't seen her video on if you like Anthony Trollope, something like that, it just recently came out. And I'm going to do that because I'm getting like a weird purple light on my face and I didn't like it. Anyway, something to look at. Red and Bright, a review. Oh, I think I understood that you said red. Michelle, you keep getting distracted from your coffee. Boo. This does not bode well for the day. Oh my gosh. Nice to try different things. Yeah, I'll let you know. Because I have some ideas. Or a thread per chapter. You're also out of post-it flags at the moment, so you'll probably have to do one chapter at a time. Thoughts? Okay, that's totally fine. I'll do that. I'll do a thread per chapter. You should be able to create threads, but I don't know. I'll just do a thread per chapter. Katie really knows how to break down an author's work. Yep. She did an awesome job with it. You're going to try and finish your chapter this sprint, then it's work time, hoping to be super productive for the next couple of sprints so you can get a lot of reading time later. That sounds like a good plan. I hope that works out. Okay, I'm going to fix my lighting so I'm not in like weird mood lighting first thing in the morning. And I'm going to get up, do a couple other cleaning things around the house for 15 minutes, and then I'm going to start reading The Jungle, and I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you know when I get back. Hour on the clock. We have an hour-long sprint. Good luck. Happy sprinting, everyone. I will talk to you some more in a bit. Well, naturally, I was totally absorbed in my book. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope your sprint went well. Mine is going well, but I'm also feeling like, am I actually making any progress? Are these page numbers correct? I sat here reading my book and I've read The Jungle for about a good 40 minutes at this point, and I'm on page 13. I was not anticipating this to read so slowly. But I am taking some annotations, but I'm basically just underlining things, so that's not taking very long. But I guess this is larger than a normal trade paperback size. Like, let me see here. This is like a normal paperback size, so I guess it should take me a little bit longer, but I don't know. I wasn't expecting that, needless to say. Let me open up my window a little bit, get a little more light, because I never did fix the lighting. Anyway, how did your sprint go? Mine went well. I did get some cleaning done. I feel like I did a lot of wandering around my house and not a lot of cleaning during the start of that sprint, so I don't really understand that. I'm going to try and get with it and get more cleaning done during the next sprint and then go back to reading some more of The Jungle, which I have to say I'm really enjoying. But it's also surprising me, and I'm realizing how biased I have been towards the idea of this book, because obviously, I think if you know about this book, I think we all have some idea that it's just going to be gross and disgusting. And so far, I'm very surprised by how loving and moving the accounts are, which makes sense because the book actually starts at a wedding. And you're getting a lot of sense of the Lithuanian culture, which is the prominent culture of the immigrants who were working in the meatpacking industry in Chicago at the time. And also just a lot of setup of what life is like for them and here in the US at this time. And he's using the wedding as a very good setting for all of that to start introducing some of the problems. But there's also just really wonderful moments of writing in here. And I don't know why. I think I thought, even though I know this was fiction, that it was just going to be a lot more straightforward accounts and that it was just going to be a much more practical book that I guess was going to feel almost like nonfiction. Very wrong about that, and very happy that I'm wrong about that. So, yeah, that's how my sprint went so far. That's how my book is going. I'm going to adjust things a little bit while I'm sitting here thinking about it. Um, and yeah, I really don't have any complaints about my book yet. So that's good. And nothing gross has happened yet, so that's satisfying, I guess. Let me see here. Let me go back and see what you guys were up to. Alex was saying our timing for starting The Jungle is wild. Feels like we have a new food-related recall every day. So true. That is so true. I know. Like, if we want to talk about standards in companies and that kind of thing, yeah. Have we made progress? That's the real question. Hey, Anne, good morning. You had to get your mammogram this morning. I'm so sorry. I'm surprised you're here. I feel like I'm traumatized by mine every single time. One thing you absolutely hate. I agree. Like, can we make some significant forward progress on that? The answer will probably be no, but I would like there to be. And you slept through the break. Well, hey, nap, check. I hope it was a good nap. Jay, good morning. How are you? You'll be in and out today between garden chores and helping a friend set up an electric fence to keep the bears out of her chickens. Oh, yeah. No, you don't want that. That would not take long, and that would be a mess, to say the least. So thanks for being such a good friend and helping your friend with her fence. And Britta says, bears in the garden, that's scary, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I've seen bears in people's backyards and their bird feeders, which I'm like, okay, really? Is the forest getting that desperate? Are you that lazy that you're coming to the bird feeder? You never know where those bears are going to pop up. Jay Fish and Game has already trapped 5 at her house, and she's lost dozens of birds to them already. The drought has been hard on the bears. Oh, that makes sense. But then you would think they would be going towards water source, but I guess they're also just hungry because wildlife that can move faster has probably moved further. So makes sense. Jay says hi to Britta. Sue, you're feeling like you have to sleep, so you're gonna give in and take a pain pill and get some sleep. Okay, I hope you feel better and get some good sleep, Sue. Then I switched to Dragons of Eden, and Britta also hopes Sue sleeps well. Wow, that turned into a tongue twister. Hello, Brandy. How are you? Or Brandy Lynn, sorry. I got to 63% in native tongue. You're not quite sure yet where the book is going, but it's intriguing. Okay, well, that's good because that seems really far into a book to me to still be like, I don't know where this is going. Though I've read books like that, and sometimes it is still intriguing. Lady, hello, how are you? You're drawing stickers and posters for your Patreon. Oh, that's cool. And hopefully also going to have time to write and play on your DS before you have to go to work in the afternoon. You got your work cut out for you, like your pre-work game. Oh, and shower. Okay, yeah, good luck to you. Hey, Kendra, how are you? You finished an Autumn Springs Retirement Home Massacre. That sounds crazy, but I'm glad it was a 5-star and you need to pick your next book. Sounds good. BJ, wait, Mickey, is this still you? No. Or is this you, Sushi? Got it in time to read almost 1 chapter while eating an early dinner, so a win. Nice. Got it all in. Hello, Naomi. How are you? You worked on a puzzle and played Harvest Moon. That sounds cozy. What puzzle did you do? Like, what was the picture of your puzzle? And your name is Jess. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'm going to write that down somewhere that I will hopefully be able to find again. And if you've told me your name before and I'm still not remembering it and you would like me to call you by your name, please just remind me. You'll have to remind me every now and then until it totally sticks. But at least I have your name written down right now, Jess. It's always whether or not I can find that piece of information next week. That will be the problem. Alex, a copy of The Jungle is huge, right? But there's a lot of detail and culture and unfamiliar names, which does keep the reading pace on the slower side because you want to absorb it all. True. That's true too. Yeah, I'm like trying to figure out all these different things. And I'm going to be so interested to see like if and when we catch any differences in our text, because I know that there are like the 5 extra chapters in mine. I'm assuming, and I'm pretty sure they're all at the end, but I don't think that's the only additional information, but I'm not sure. Amelia, you've picked up Tomb of Sand. Ooh, you stopped back then halfway through only because some other books needed more attention, but now you're back and you're enjoying it again. Yay! I'm so happy I got you guys to read Tomb of Sand, even though I DNF'd it. Oh my gosh. Next spring will be, or spring, next sprint. I hope you're not waiting till next spring to start this, Jay. Will be breakfast and then back out in the garden, trying to improve your food security, get the greenhouse cleaned up and repaired, getting some weeds out of the fallow areas. Awesome. What are you growing? Are you growing lettuce and carrots and almonds, raisins, beans? What's the last one? Amelia, there is a busy week lying ahead of you, so you're trying to get the most coziness out of today. That sounds like a good approach. Jay, bears are mostly vegetarians, so the drought has resulted in a lot less berries and other plants for them to eat. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. And then if there's lower lying water, well, you don't have as much water near you anyway. But if there were fish in the water, they would also be gone. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. They're getting desperate, basically. So desperate that they need to eat meat. Anne is going to get dinner started. You're out of town this weekend at the National Book Festival. Ooh, I need to go one year. Your daughter asked for sausage and potatoes. That sounds delicious. I don't blame her for that. Jordy managed to get 4 black bags down to 1 packing cube. Good job. Now going to spend the next sprint reading Yusuf Azim is Not a Hero by Sadia Farouque. may have pronounced all of that wrong, and if so, I'm sorry, but it sounds interesting. Very intriguing title for sure. You think this is the first day you joined? Oh, okay. Sorry, didn't want to. Somebody else was going to the library. That's why I got confused. Well, welcome, BG. I'll let you mostly go by BG or BGs, which is an abbreviation of your name. Sounds good. I'll call you BG then. Amy, oh my goodness, you did not think your virtual appointment would take so long. You were actually able to do a shorter chair yoga routine and do some reading while you waited. Nice. Naomi, your puzzle is a redwood forest one. 300 pieces. You don't normally do puzzles, so it's slow moving. I hear you there. You got lettuce and arugula planted right now, still tiny, but hoping to get some greens before winter. Tomatoes and winter squash also. Awesome. Ooh, winter squash. That's making me think root vegetables, my favorite vegetables, coming up in the fall real soon. All right, let's get back into our next sprint. I'm going to spend 15 minutes listening to my audiobook, which is Kantiki, and I'm going to hopefully actually clean something this sprint for the first 15 minutes, and then I'm going to go back to reading The Jungle. But I do think I'm going to go and sit over on my couch and read The Jungle for no reason other than to get more cozy. But anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing during this sprint, and I will see you all back here in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? How's your day going so far? It is already noon here where I am anyway. I'm going to probably have lunch at the beginning of this next sprint, call my mom because I realized I've forgotten to do that. And then I'm going to get back to reading The Jungle, or maybe I'll break it up and read less of The Jungle this sprint and sort of split the time in thirds. I don't know. I haven't decided that much yet. But my sprints are going well. I am really enjoying The Jungle, like even more than I thought I was going to. I would say that thus far, not disgusting, but there are some troubling things already being set up. This is definitely a protest novel. We are already getting sucked into the characters' lives, and we, by me, is what I mean. Getting sucked into the characters' lives, already choosing favorites from people I love, already getting a sense of dread for one of the characters that I'm like, no, stop saying that. It's not going to end well. And I'm invested. I'm already invested. And I'm like, no. As one of my friends said when we were watching this movie the other day, she was like, I want a different ending. I don't even know what the ending of this book is going to be, but I already want it to be different. And yeah, we're already getting hints that, hints and then outright statements that not everything is as it should be, right? We're getting the rose tinted glasses of the new immigrants compared and supported with the background of like, here's actual information. And Upton Sinclair is taking a lot of time to occasionally be like, hey, somebody did stats on this. Somebody already looked into this. So he's making it clear that what he's throwing in here as commentary and as things that are things that he's objecting to aren't just like ideas or rumors, but are things that someone has looked into and said, hey, here's a problem, or that someone's overlooking and choosing to ignore. But well-established facts is the idea. And I also listened to Kontiki. That is still coming along. It's just interesting to hear everything they're doing. And I'm definitely thinking like, why did anybody think this was a good idea? And why did you guys sign up to do this? Like, there are some really awesome things that are happening on their journey that I'm sure, as like scientists and anthropologists, because he's got like a group of men who have gone out with him, that I'm like, that would be cool to see. I don't know if it would be cool to experience out in the Pacific Ocean on a raft with just the five of us. And even when a plane tried to come out and find you, they couldn't locate you. And you were still only a day out from shore. Like, heck no. Heck to the no. Anyway, my reading's going well. Anne really likes it when someone asks for something for dinner instead of you having to figure it out. Oh, that is nice. Yeah. Unless I don't have what I need to make it. Jay, even when it's not a drought, you don't think the bears fish our rivers, mostly grubs and rotting logs, grass, and the occasional young animal or carrion. They're not big hunters, not like cougars. Yeah, they're just like, let's just eat some berries off the bush. Like, I love how like your bears are like how bears usually are, right? They're more like Yogi and Winnie the Pooh. Like, I just want to sit here and eat some honey and like steal someone's picnic basket. Like, these people keep getting in the way. This drought is making me actually have to hunt. I think it's just we always hear about bears when they're like attacking things, but they're attacking them. Really, it's almost like more defensively, or if they're hurt. And Nikki, hello. And she says hello to the chat as well. Reading Farm to Table by Amanda Flower, 53% in, and it's good. Excellent. Hey, Paula, how are you? I'm doing well. I hope your Monday's going well. And Nikki said her Monday's going okay so far, and went to Alaska and saw a lot of bears eating fish. Yeah, I guess it just depends on the type of bear. What kind of bears do you have where you are, Jay? You saw more bears around in the and in the rivers than anywhere else. I mean, I guess that's their version of honey, right? Easy pickings, like reach your hand in and grab a salmon, takes less effort than trying to find honey in a tree, which is not so much happening in Alaska. Britta break from chores and started a book, Heat and Dust. Excellent. Kelly, happy time zone to you as well. You're eating lunch and then off to take Cora to the vet. I hope that goes well. Amelia's going to make dinner. Excellent. Nikki says hello to Kelly. Gina finished the renovation. Yay for finishing. You enjoyed reading it. You would like to see it make the Booker shortlist. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's on the long list right now. And, now that you say that, I've seen a couple of people reading it, and it seems like they're all liking it. I don't know. Aisha, good afternoon. And she says, good afternoon to all. You're back with Dickens. I saw that in your comment. Bleak House and reading Borges. Oh, Ficciones. Let me know how that is. Oh, today's his birthday. I did not know that. Well, happy birthday to him. Just finished Gail Crowder's Marilyn in her books. That sounds like such a great book. Thank you for telling me about that one. I'm definitely going to be checking it out. Dina couldn't take it anymore. You DNF'd. Oh no, so it wasn't just me. So slow and boring. That was how I felt, Dina. Like, I didn't want to say anything because I was like, you're a different person. You might have a different experience. Though our reading tastes do seem similar. But I felt the same way. How far did you make it? I felt like I gave it a good couple chapters too. And I was like, what? You're going to try reading a few other books to see which one you want to stick with. Okay, fair. Aisha, excellent read, deceptively short, but very substantive. Fans from Maryland always knew her love for reading and books. This book shows how much she really sought learning, even though she was mocked, which is a shame. There's a book that, is it out yet or is it coming out, that is like a biography that's about, I think, different women celebrities or something like that. And it's about like the idea of like what they were made to be versus who they really were. And I think Marilyn Monroe is one of the people in that book. It's nonfiction. If I can figure out the name, I'll let you know. Katie, a read with me live. This makes me so happy. Yay! Nice to have you here. Yes, it's live. You've made it. You can join us. I'll be here all day. Aisha, belittled and dismissed, she persisted and you believe was successful in achieving it in spite of her short life. A treat at the end is the list of her books before the Christie auction. Fascinating. Yeah, that sounds really fascinating. And I think it's awesome. I'm sure she had an internal life that people barely know about. Mulk, hello, you're here. Oh, happy birthday! Yay! Fanfare. Since you have a few chill things planned, you're not going to be here that long. That's cool. Go enjoy your birthday, but still wanted to stop and say hi. Thanks for doing that. And Aisha says happy birthday, as does Mickey. And Alex finished chapter 1. We'll leave thoughts when you go back into the sprints. Probably won't read again until later this evening. Fair. And yeah, so much to think and talk about. Britta says happy birthday. Kelly sat here and answered emails, haven't touched lunch. Oh no, eat your lunch. You need it. Need to get moving as well. And Bulk says, thank you. You're welcome. Nikki got to 55%. Ooh, it's so good now. And Naomi, this sprint you worked on your reading journal and did some adulting stuff. Nice. Aisha just picked up The Jungle. We'll start it this weekend. On a scale to 1 to 10, how would I rate it so far? Honestly, so far, I'd probably say a 10. And that's despite the fact that my uncensored edition, they warn you at the beginning, because they want it to be used academically as the manuscript, just as it was left. Even though they've reprinted it and put it through a publisher, they have not corrected the proof, except for the most obvious things. Which I haven't really noticed like a ton. Like I'm not letting myself get distracted by that. And so far a 10. I'm really liking it a lot. We'll see how that continues to go. Lady took your shower and got more done with Patreon prep, currently putting laundry in the washer and getting dressed for work. Lisa, hello. You're reading The Handmaid's Tale. Is this your first time? Seriously, the second he said, I will work harder. I know. Oh no. I didn't even think about Boxer. No, that makes it even worse, Alex. No. If you guys have read Animal Farm and Boxer, the I will work harder. I know. Oh no. Oh, my heart's breaking all over again. Aisha will do Barely made the chat either. Hey, Aries, you just missed your train by a minute. Darn. I'm so sorry, but at least you made the last little bit of the chat. Anyway, we're going to go back into our next sprint. I'm going to have lunch. I'm going to have my heart devastated, and I'll come back and let you know how it is. Is it bad that I'm eating lunch while reading The Jungle? So far, it's not. So I'm going to eat it while I can. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back from your sprint. How did it go? Mine went well. I basically just had lunch and talked to my mom for most of that sprint. I did sit down and finish putting my tabs into the book. Can you see them? There you go. I put the tabs in for the jungle, and then I started chapter 3. So I did get just a little bit of reading done, just a few pages. And in chapter 3, it's starting to get real. Not disgusting yet, still more on the disturbing side than anything else, but I'm pretty sure disgust is about to happen very soon, like as in like stomach disgust as opposed to mental disgust and horror. That started way back towards the beginning. This is such a harsh time period, which is saying a lot because right now in a lot of ways can be a very hard time period. The other thing I did is I did finish up with some nice warm tea I put in my mug. We helped someone out by storing some of their stuff in our garage for the summer, and they were kind enough to give us a little gift of tea. And so I tried that, and it was delicious. It was like a milk tea, so it already had like the powdered milk and sugar and everything like blended into the tea, and it was so warm and cozy. And I love the tea brand because the name of the tea brand, like most of the tea brand is in a different language, but the one part of the advertisement for the tea that's not is that it's milk tea and it says 315. And their whole like gimmick is that it's supposed to be good for any time of day. So I'm all for that. And Amelia was thanking Gina for not breaking her heart. That was from the end of the last chat. Britta was asking Aries, trains are only on time when you're a minute late. Yeah, that's so true, right? The rest of the time you're like, oh, okay, it's late. Oh, yeah, we were talking about Animal Farm, which I was thinking about again while reading. And yeah, I also really enjoy Animal Farm. I think it's such a phenomenal book for as short as it is. There's so much in there. And Lisa, it is your first time reading and it's interesting. Well, I hope you really enjoy it. Kurt, hey, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And Aisha was going to Gina. Britta says hello to Kurt. You just caught the last minute or so reading The Jungle and off to eat lunch. I know. Even as I said that, I was like, wait, is that a good idea? I'm in the first opening chapters. Are we talking about pigs now in chapter 3? Yes, but I already finished lunch. And I didn't actually end up reading The Jungle while I was eating lunch, which is probably wise because we are getting to pigs now. Not that I had that. Oh, no, I did. I did have that for lunch. Oh, now I feel kind of bad. I shouldn't have thought of that. It was better when I wasn't connecting my lunch to the book. Yeah, no, I did not have hot dogs or Italian sausage or bratwurst. Oh, we're just going to move on. Aisha says hi to Kurt. Kurt said hi to Britta and Aisha and book mail. Oh, you got Orlando and Orlando. You got Orlando rather. And yes, that is my understanding is that I don't think you have to read Orlando first, but it seems like a lot of people prefer doing that. Amelia said the same thing. It's not strictly necessary, but it's definitely more interesting. Yeah, I could see that. I own both and I want to read both. Amelia really enjoyed Orlando and it was much funnier than you expected. Oh, that is a surprise. I would not have expected it to be funny at all. I don't know why. I really don't know that much about the book, but I guess just when I think of Virginia Woolf's writing, I don't think of humor. And said thank you to Amelia. Holly, hello. How are you? You're more than halfway through the Booker Long List. Wow, you're doing a good job with that. Happy to share your thoughts, but some may want to go into books with no input. Okay, fair. I haven't read any of it and probably won't, so it's all new to me. It's news to me. Other than finally reading The Power of the Dog, Violent Cartel Action. Interesting. Is that on the Booker? I don't even know that I've really closely looked at the list this year. Aries is reading Mother of Death and Dawn for her kid. Ooh, Dawn, Octavia E. Butler. Mm. Or is it Mother of Death and Dawn? Is that the whole one title? Aries also started a declaration of the rights of magicians. Ooh, I have that. Let me know what you're thinking. I started it and then I was like, maybe not, because it was more historical fiction than I wanted at the moment. But, well, that's not true. It doesn't start with that. But I think in starting it, I realized how much historical fiction was going to be in it. And I wasn't in the mood for that. Sue swept the rest of your apartment, 5 rooms. Good job. That's a lot of sweeping. Aisha has to go and tackle the rest of the day. You're very welcome. Have a great week. Did I shorten the sprint? I don't think so. Did it go by fast? And Jess, I remember, audiobook of Meet Me in the Garden and mopped the house. Ooh, everybody's getting their floors clean. Chris had interruptions, so you only got back to the sprints for this last one, but you finished Punishable by Death, enjoyed it, and plan to continue the series. Awesome. Good job for finishing a book. And yay for continuing a series. It's always nice when you find another series you want to finish, regardless of how many you have going, right? You're going to miss the next sprints as you have counseling. All right, I hope that goes well. We'll see you later. Anne got the laundry started, sat down and read for the first time since Friday. Really, Anne? That's surprising for you. Aries is going to make yourself some comfort food and chai to cheer yourself up. Do. Sounds like you need some cozy time. Amelia had some chocolate pudding and preparing your stuff for tomorrow because you have to get up early. Okay. Orlando was the only book by Virginia Woolf that you thought had funny parts. Okay. It was also an easy read. Also surprising for Virginia Woolf. Bruno was saying to Holly you'd be interested in a ranking of the books. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, Holly, I second that. Tell us what order you would put them in, from favorite to least favorite to favorite, whatever. Just tell us the order. That's a good way to share some insights without sharing anything about the books. Lady arrived at work, but don't need to actually start for an hour and a half. So you're going to get writing and then play DS. Fun. I love that. Good way to like smooth in. Okay. The whole title is Mother of Death and Dawn. Yeah. As I finished saying that, I was like, wait, did I just split your one book into 2 books because I wanted the second book to be Dawn? I did. That's what happened. Anyway, okay, what am I going to do? I'm definitely going to get up and move around at the beginning of this sprint. So I guess I'm going to go back to Kontiki, even though I never took it off of that. And I'm going to go back to cleaning the bathroom, my son's bathroom. That's what I've been working on, even though he cleaned it before he left. Whatever. We're having a whole talk about that over Christmas break. But I'm going to go back to thoroughly cleaning the bathroom, and I'll do that while I'm listening to Kontiki, and then I'm going to come back and sit down, and I'm going to finish my chapter that I need to read in the jungle, and then I'm probably going to update all my notes and this and that on it. And so during the next sprint after this, I'm now 2 sprints ahead. Yeah, so I'll be with the jungle, I'm thinking, for at least 2 more sprints. Because by the time I read it and then update all my notes in my buddy reader and all my thoughts, that's definitely going to take at least 2 sprints to do. That's what I'm thinking. I see somebody wishing they could show the kitten. What kitten? Kristen's making progress on work. You're up to 61% of your arc and hoping to get to 80 today. I also want to finish getting some window film installed on a couple of windows. You've got your work cut out for you with the audiobook. Wish you could show the kitten you got cuddling on you. Oh, that sounds cute. And hey, Teresa, how are you? You were just reading some emails. You need to finish a book today. Oh, and lady, you can share it on my Discord if you want, and we can go look at it there. Let me know if you post it. Let me know if you need the link to my Discord, though it should also be on my channel page. Aries, you like the rights of magicians so far. It's one of your favorite historical periods. See, it's my least favorite. Like, not like as a historical period, but to read about in fiction. Though I don't know why, because it's a period. I don't tend to like to read about it, as weird as that may sound. Okay, real quick. You can't lie. You're a whole middle-aged woman. You probably need a similar talking to as your son on cleaning the bathrooms. Fair, but I'm not going to tell him that. You left Ready for Washington. You stayed at the hotel that was recommended, and there were other book nerds to talk about. Makes sense. I can't read in the car either. I mean, I went on vacation and read nothing, so I get it. Holly, no problem. From best to worst, there's Holly's list. Ooh, let's read it over, but I won't read it out loud to you because you can all read clearly, because that's why we're here today. So let me know if you do need me to read it out loud, though, because maybe you're just listening to this. And Britta said, thanks, Holly. All right, let's go into our next sprint. It'll be an hour. I'll see you guys when it is done. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello and welcome back. I feel like the time went very quickly there. I was hard at work. I have added a few more tabs to my book. And in theory, I'm going back and removing some of them, but in reality, I'm actually not. There was just a lot that I wanted to think about in the first part of the book. I guess I did just hit two parts where I probably could remove two tabs because they're related to some earlier thoughts that I had, and they're just further examples of it. So that would help me. And yeah, we're definitely not going outside. It's only 76 degrees, so I might go and sit outside for a little bit, but I can literally hear the cicadas in here. Like, there's not cicadas in here with me, but like I just heard them making noise outside. So I'm like, yeah, that's going to be way too loud for us to be out there. I'm going to be like screaming over the cicadas like I am in one of my member videos that has either come out or is coming out at some point. Yeah, you'll hear them in that. Anyway, yeah, my sprint went well. I did get some more cleaning done. I'm still going to be cleaning. I feel like the rest of the day, without exaggeration, but I feel like I'm finally starting to make some progress on the bathroom. Anyway, I've also been listening to Kontiki. I'm going to continue to listen to Kontiki when I'm cleaning. I was correct that I'm going to need at least part of this next sprint to finish writing up my notes on the jungle and then to finally talk to my buddy reader about that. And so I'm not ready to start Cloud Splitter yet. That is my whole point. But man, guys, I had some tea yesterday and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot how good tea is. Like the warm liquid and just a little flavor. There's going to be a lot of tea drinking happening this fall. I can feel it now. And every now and then I open like my tea drawer and I'm like, oh, I forgot there's so many great teas in here. I really need to like reduce the amount of caffeine that I'm taking in so I can get more tea in my life and cut coffee out. Because comparatively, like every time I have tea, I'm like, why am I drinking coffee? Because tea's so much better, in my opinion. But coffee is way more addictive. Anyway, let's see what you guys got up to. Kristen, you definitely meant, oh, the cleaning. No, I understood that you were knocking yourself, but it didn't make me pass up a chance to knock my own son in his lack of cleaning. Amelia, can't see anything kicking the Palm House from the last place for you. Oh no. I feel like I've seen a couple of people either not like it. Oh no, I was thinking of the pool house. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see. But the Palm House is at the bottom. Got it. Holly was saying to Amelia, do you think they just thought it was time to give Riley a nod? You had that same job in the book and still felt zero connection to it. Oh no. Oh, that does not sound good. Lady, you actually can't find the Discord link. Oh, okay. I will post it for you. Holly, your publication was also taken over by blowhards too. Oh no. And your wife laughs and says you would willingly go with kidnappers if they promised you a book. I mean, we can relate. Isa, how are you? It's been a long time. I hope you are well. Thanks for stopping and saying hello. What have you been up to? Britta's done with the chores plus packing, traveling again tomorrow. Ooh, you are accomplished, Britta. You're getting it done. You even got a nap in, which is like extra impressive. Time flies when you're having fun. Yes, it does. But we have a long break here, so you've got extra time. So don't feel like you have to rush around and do stuff during the break. Take your time. Do whatever you do to your breaks. Stretch, relax, eat, get a snack. Who knows? Cora's vet visit costs $600. Oh, the heartworm meds. Have heartworm meds gone up that much? Oh my gosh. That is madness. That's a lot. That's insane. Because I was just like a checkup, right? Like not even like problem visit. That's crazy. Even if there was a problem, that's crazy. You miss cicadas worrying? Really? You can have them. Where are you, Holly? I'll send them your way. You want a swarm? I gotcha. Amelia, everything's prepared for tomorrow, so you think you can do one more reading sprint before bedtime. Yay, nice. Christy, hello. How are you? You got back to Texas last night from a short trip with your husband without the kids. Good job. Hope you had a good time. To California, nice. After several days and 60 degrees, you're not happy coming back to 105. Ah, Christy, I don't blame you. Oh my gosh, that makes it feel even hotter. Is it dry? Are you in a dry like heat part of Texas? Are you in like humid as heck like Houston? Bruno was saying to Kelly, that's an outrageous amount, right? Right? Aries, you were too lazy to fold your laundry yesterday, and now you're on epic quest for socks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Amelia, you would assume that someone put her on the list who actually likes everything she writes. Lockwood, maybe. Oh, because which Riley is it? It's not Riley Sager, is it? I'm thinking it's not because I just wouldn't understand that choice for the Booker. Like I could understand it for a different prize, but for the Booker prize now. Interesting. You never know. Naomi, that sprint you called your company's IT department, which you've been putting off for a week, took the laundry to the laundromat, took your meds. Good job. You're enjoying your vacations. Lovely. Good thing to do. Go anywhere fun. It was her yearly. Still. Yeah. I would have thought like $300 max. Like, what? That's crazy. I'm sorry, Kelly, because that's a nasty surprise. Like they need to be telling people that, giving some idea. The sound of cicadas makes you feel at home. I mean, I get that. There is like a little, like, I mean, it's so prevalent. Like, how can you not have some sort of um, nostalgia vibe connected to them? Because they're just there in the background, like that. It always takes me a while to hear them too every year. Like, at first, I'm like, ha, ha, ha. And then one day I'm like, oh, yeah, the cicadas. And then I realize I've been hearing the cicadas for like weeks or months, but it's only just clicked. You're back, Chris. Yay. You had you on so you could have the watch time. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. You hope everyone had a good sprint. I did. I did. I hope your appointment went well. You just muted once the sprint ended so you could wrap things up. That makes sense. Makes sense. Gwendolyn Riley. Okay. I knew it couldn't have been Riley Sager because that just would have made no sense to me. Like it just wouldn't have fit what the Booker usually puts on their long list, though that might have made it really interesting. You're in North Texas, and while it isn't like Houston, you still run the dehumidifier almost nonstop in the summer. But hopefully that dehumidifier like works things out. Do you have it like? Do you have like a whole home like a in your HVAC system dehumidifier, or do you just have like a separate unit or a big unit or I don't know why I'm interested in your HVAC system, but I really am. Kristen's almost done with work. Yay! That's good. I know you were hoping to save a lot of time for reading, and it looks like you're going to have it. Cicadas remind Holly of summers as a child. See, there's that nostalgia vibe and running outside after dinner to play with your friends and the cicadas. I mean, in all fairness, the cicadas keep to themselves unless it's a swarm year, in which case they just go nuts and they're everywhere. But I mean, as much as you hear them, most years I almost never see a cicada. Like, even when I'm just sitting outside, the vet has become outrageous. I actually like the phrasing of that sentence. Please don't correct it. I feel like there's just so many more meanings in it, just as it is. Yeah. That is crazy pants, the price for that. Sue's on page 71 out of 337. Good job making some progress. Christy's saying it's just a small dehumidifier, not part of the HVAC. Your plants get mad when you turn it on, so they enjoyed you being away. Did you come back to a luscious jungle of plants? Were they like, woo, finally? And now they're going to be like, wah, wah, they're back. They turned that stupid humidifier back on. Nobody asked for that. Amelia, I heard YouTube is changing the requirements for watch time again. They are, again, since when? They are changing them. So if you want to be monetized, you will have to have 8,000 watch hours. So double what it was. Yeah. Which I, one, feel the most bad for people who are right on the edge of 4,000, because now you have a lot more to do. Two, I'm rather curious to see how that impacts like what's going on with channels. Three, if you want to watch a really interesting video on this topic, I highly recommend going to, what's her channel? She just changed her channel name. But LA, who occasionally comes in here, who's had some really interesting things going on this year, health crisis that she's made an amazing rebound from. What am I even looking for? I had to think. I got stuck mentally for a second there. I'm looking for her channel name. Oh my gosh. It's her something. Oh, and of course, now I'm going to have to like really scroll back because I have so many random channels that I like watch just once a month and then like, fills up my feed. But anyway, she did a video with just like her thoughts as a tech person as to why she thinks YouTube might have made this change and how she thinks it's going to impact YouTube in terms of people starting channels, not starting channels, that kind of thing. Has it really been that long since she posted a video? I really don't feel like it has been. Well, I'm going to keep scrolling here in the background while I keep reading. And when I find the channel name, I will tell you. Did it unsubscribe me from her channel because she changed her name? Does that happen? Is that a thing? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? What the heck? Because I still see her in my feed. And she posted not that long ago. That's weird. That's very weird. Anyway. Okay, if I figure it out later, I'll tell you guys. Okay, you're jealous you never see them. They're all over your deck and your front porch. You can hear them hitting your front door all night. Oh, that's right, because you said you have to be careful when you let the dog out. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, we have trees around my house, but they're not right up against my house. Maybe that's why. I don't know. It was 60 last night. Yeah, we got into like the high 50s. And lady got a little writing done and then did more Patreon stuff instead of DS. Now you're going to finish the Patreon stuff you were doing and play DS and also work as started. So balance that too. Sounds good. Feeling productive overall today. Also going to practice driving later because you're 23 and can't drive. Intense anxiety. Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome that you're trying to work on that and work through that. And I hope it works for you because that would be amazing. Yes, doubling watch time is a lot. Like there's clearly something that they're trying to do. And I don't know if that's like cut down on like AI slop, though I doubt it. But honestly, like if you guys are a small channel and trying to get monetized, the best thing that I could say is be one, super consistent. Like it doesn't matter if you just post once a month, consistently post once a month, same time, within an hour window, that kind of thing. And then the second one is if you can try and post more frequently, whether that's, you post once a month, try and up it to twice a month or 3 times a month or weekly. Or if you post weekly, try and post like twice every other week or something like that. Because if people have more videos to watch, it's gonna increase the likelihood of increasing those watch hours. But it is a lot if you're doing the max that you can do right now. Bookaholic, hello. Sat down to read and saw you were hosting some sprints and currently reading The Unknown. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining. Lady, you're sorry you missed when you responded to your comment about Discord. No worries. I'm going to post it. I still haven't posted the link. Aries, speaking of unpleasant things, one of your cats sat on the washing machine and oh no, hit the washing machine, the towel, the floor. Ah! I'm so you love the 50s at night. Same. And lady was saying hello to Bookaholic. Sounds very mysterious, right? And in the end, YouTube will look like IG full of AI crap. Oh, I really hope not. I really hope not, Amelia. Took over an hour to get your cat to eat today. No, Sue. Hi, Jim. Oh, yeah, 50s is nice and cool. I love that. You agree with Teresa. Anyway, okay, we're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to finish updating things. I'm going to post my Discord. I'm going to post the link to the video that I'm talking about if I can find it. And I will talk to you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How's everybody's sprint going? Anybody else feel like the sprints are really short? Is that just me? Is time just going by fast? Anyway, yeah, my sprint went well. I sat here and I finished writing up all my notes that I have on the jungle for the first 3 chapters, including starting to write down some questions to consider that I might want to use for a book club meeting. And yeah, it's all going really well. I was just saying to Alex in a voice message that I almost feel like I need to apologize to Upton Sinclair because I was not expecting the writing in this to be good. I wasn't expecting it to be bad, but I was just expecting it to be plain. And while it's not like it's plain and simple in terms of it's very accessible, it's also very beautiful. And I was not expecting that. And I feel like that was just my own weird internal bias towards the book because it's on such a practical topic that I guess I figured it couldn't also be pretty or well written. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But sorry, Upton Sinclair. My bad. Anyway, in the next sprint, I'm going to finish updating Alex and listening to her thoughts and that kind of a deal because, yes, we buddy read the books we then discuss for book club with and then discuss with the book club after we've discussed. We will talk about this book multiple times before we actually have our book club discussion. Anyway, during the next sprint, I'm going to finish my thoughts with her. And then I'm probably going to get up and clean for the rest of the sprint. And then after that, I'm finally going to start reading some of Cloud Splitter, which is not good because not only is The Jungle taking me longer to read than I expected, so is Cloud Splitter. So I don't know what to make of that. Anyway, I felt like I had something else to say, but clearly I don't. So let me see what you guys are talking about. Oh, okay. I did put her own chapter. That is the name of the channel that I was saying has a really interesting video just discussing some thoughts on the whole YouTube watch hour change type thing. And then right below this comment, you will be able to see the link to my Discord. I'm not going to pop that up on the screen because it might go up in the thumbnail and I don't want it out there in the world quite to that extent. And Bookaholic, you were saying it's by Riley Sager. You're not far in, but the book Unknown. But it's a group of women on an island known to be cursed, filming a movie about women who disappeared in the island. Sounds like a horrible idea, but a good book. Alex, you keep just barely missing the chat. Your internal clock is ever so slightly off. You'd think you'd remember to set a timer. Well, you know. And they changed the security procedures at the hospital. Until today, you've never had them search your bag, even though you didn't set off the metal detector. Oh, had to show your ID 3 times. Wow. I wonder if they've had some issues with that. You understand the need for security, but it was a bit extreme. Sounds like it. Ooh, you gotta tell me an ending. Let me know what you think, Jay. I'm interested. I know I got a lot of people interested in that book, but I really did enjoy it. And it's not even because it's the most like beautifully written or perfect story ever. It's just it discussed and went through all the things I wanted it to discuss and go through. So it's just so satisfying a book. It's like I think why it hit home for me so well. I was like, yes, 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 yes. So yeah, I hope you guys had that experience as well. You're done for the day, went to your friend's house and got the measurements for the electric fence. Now to draw up a punch list and get things ordered. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's right. I forgot you were doing the whole fencing thing. I'm glad it went well. But for now, you're going to read the first 15 minutes of Harry August. The world is ending and it's Harry's fault. Dun, dun, dun. I hope you enjoy it. Britta, very much enjoying Heat and Dust. You liking a Booker winner? That's a first. That would be a first for me too. Maybe I should read it. The book won in 1975, so maybe you're just living in the wrong Booker time, Booker Prize time. I do kind of feel like that because I read Regeneration. Was that the one that Pat Barker read the Booker Prize, won the Booker Prize for. And that's an older one, and that was really good. So I hear you. Jay, you mean it's there's been enough winners by now. There should be at least one you like. True. If you were you, you'd stop at this one and rest satisfied. That's a good idea. Oh my gosh. Hello, Rainy. How are you? Joining from some work sprints. Also currently 50% into Silver Cloak and enjoying it. Excellent. I hope your workday is going well. Britta, now you want to reread Harry August. Ooh, is it a good one? Naomi, the sprint went super fast. You switched your laundry over and played Harvest Moon. Fun. Kelly scheduled the next series for the Shore Leave Book Club and copy edited 9 pages. Nice. Chris chatted with your dad about stuff to do with mom, got distracted by some birds. Ooh, what kind, do you know? And then watched A Little Blood on the Clock Tower. That's right. Is that a show? Interesting. And can't get it. Oh, okay. Now it's working. You were able to read 23 pages during that sprint. So that's a bookaholic. Very nice. Good job. Amelia's fully back into Tube of Sand. The relationships just became so interesting. Yes, I remember Alex saying there was a point where the relationships became really interesting. But it's bedtime now. Ah, well, darn. You're very welcome. Have a good night. At least you'll get to wake up in the morning and read some more. Aries finally managed to get into Buffalo Hunter Hunter. Nice. Were you having a hard time getting going in the story? Sue got the cat's litter pans cleared, and you're almost finished with your short story for today. Excellent. Lady's done with Patreon stuff for the day and now can focus on writing. Woohoo! Awesome. Kristen is so excited to see your reaction to Tell Me It ending. Oh, you were so excited to see my reaction? You own that one for several years and haven't gotten to it? Oh, get to it. Get to it. Like, I honestly, and, opinions may vary, but I really do feel like it lived up to what the back of the book said. And for me, like, if the book does nothing else other than that, I'm satisfied because it's like, how many times, you've read a book and the back of the book, you're like, were they describing a different book? Or like you have an idea based on what the back of the book says, and then the book does something else totally different, or that's only like one piece of the book or doesn't occur until like 90% of the way through. Like, yeah. The description of that book is pretty spot on, and it was really good. So far, you're enjoying Harry August more than the few Booker books you've read. Not that you've read a lot of them, but you're more feral than list disciplined. Well, hey, at least you're enjoying one. You're very welcome for the sprints. Have a great work day. Thanks for joining. Chris, you're watching a male cardinal and Big Bird flying through the sky, which just automatically makes me think of literally Big Bird from Sesame Street. But I know that's not what you mean, but it's a fun image to imagine. Who's not too far away to ID? Oh, who was too far away to ID? Okay. Blood on the Clock Tower is a social deduction game. Lots of videos on YouTube and Switch. Huh. I did not know that. Is it also a book? Because that's what I was thinking it was until you said you were watching it. So that's interesting. I love the little cardinals. We have a lot around here. In fact, usually if we're sitting outside and you can hear a bird, it's usually the cardinal, like male just going off, and a female somewhere really quietly in a tree far away responding. Aries Buffalo Hunter was a bit slow in the beginning. One of the POV characters took some getting used to. Okay. Hilary Mantel won the Booker for one of her books in Wolf Hall Trilogy. Those books were great. Yeah, a lot of people really love those. Yay, you made it just barely. That is so funny, Alex. I love the fact that the beginning comment was or one of the beginning comments was, I keep missing the chat, so my timing's just barely off. And now you're like, I just barely made it. Because I was thinking, it didn't even occur to me that was a comment you left at the end of the last chat. If it's a book you've never heard of, you have been watching people play Blood on the Clock Tower for years. Watching it is one of your reward prompts. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't know why I thought it was. It probably is your channel, Chris, that I've heard about it from. And then maybe I just assumed it was a book. Harry's having second thoughts. Probably a good idea. Ending the world seems like really bad karma. True, true. Let us know how that works out for you, Jay, or for Harry, I guess I should say, and the rest of the world. All right, I'm going to get back to finishing my update on this book, and then I'm going to clean and probably listen to some Kontiki. And I will see you guys when we get back in an hour. We'll chat some more. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go that go round? Mine went well. I'm thinking it might be dinner time soon. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna have for dinner the same thing I had earlier, which is nice because that'll be easy. I just have to reheat it. So maybe I'll do that. Ooh, and put a little thyme on it. If you don't know what thyme is, it's like a garlic whip. It's Lebanese. Or at least the version I've always had is Lebanese, and it's delicious. And yeah, I'm going to in the next sprint probably not eat. I'm not quite hungry yet, but I definitely need to be thinking towards dinner time. So during the next sprint, I'm probably going to get the mail and I'm probably going to clean, honestly, the majority of it because if you saw, I pretty much spent all that last sprint sitting on my couch listening to my buddy reader and responding to my buddy reader and adding comments to my buddy read. So I really didn't get up and clean anymore or move around, which I wanted to do both. So I do need to get back to cleaning. So hopefully I will finish the bathroom during the next sprint. I would love that for me. And then that way I can get to cleaning some other things around the house like during the rest of like just 15 minutes of the sprint and not have to do like a whole cleaning sprint. But next is definitely going to be a whole cleaning sprint while listening to some more of Kontiki, which does mean I'll make some pretty decent progress in this. So I think I might finish it by tonight. Hard to say. And then after that, I will be spending the rest of the evening finally reading Cloud Splitter. So that has definitely not come as early as I hoped it would in my day. And I'm now wondering if I need to switch to a different book and come back to Cloud Splitter later after I've finished The Jungle. I might need to do that, honestly, if I don't want that book to just drag out for forever. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, let's see what you guys were up to. Alex, you would come back to YouTube and see 56 minutes on the timer. Oh, that's how you knew you had just missed it. Yeah. Well, hopefully you're back now, Alex. I don't know. Maybe. Chris, you do talk about it a lot. Okay. Yeah. So maybe it has just been on your channel that I've heard about it. And then I don't know why I thought maybe just in the back of my mind, it just stuck as a book. It's one of your favorite things to do when not reading. Nice. Aries managed to brush your teeth without getting jumped by your clingy cat. That's nice. It's nice to not have to brush your teeth with your cat. Jay, so often what's on the back of the book is either a spoiler or the blurbiest, or the blurbist clearly didn't read past the first chapter. Oh, I never read the blurbs. I've started reading like the full back of the books right before I read the book because somehow and for some reason being spoiled right then doesn't always bother me. Plus, I get to the point where I'm like, okay, if you're going to have spoiled it on the back of the book, the whole rest of the book better be good. But yeah, the blurbs, I'm like, what? What? Hey, Jane, how are you? Going to work on the correspondent. Awesome. Bedtime for Britta. Have a good night to you. Rainey finished a bunch of work and is taking a little afternoon break, maybe a nap. Nice. Dina decided to drop the serious books for today. Instead, you're going to read a cozy mystery, Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice from Murderers. Fun. Sounds like a good change up. Agatha is glad to be home and joining back. Glad to have you back, Agatha. I hope your day went well. Sue ate lunch, brought your Amazon order in, and talked with your daughter. You were fighting within 2 minutes of her walking in. Oh, I'm sorry. That's never fun. I hope it's better. Chris is reading Day. It's quite good. Ooh, what is it about, Chris? Hello. Anne said sorry to Sue. Chris started The Faraway Inn. Ooh, that sounds fun. During the sprint and got to page 115 out of 369. Good job. Aries, why did you think that reading a horror book before bed was a good idea? I don't know. It sounds like a horrible idea. Don't do it. Put it down. Read something cozy and happy with kittens. Kelly folded a load of clothes and edited 26 pages. Nice. And Mug, you're back. Molka. I'm just realizing I'm only saying part of your name. Molka. You're back. You took a little nap and you feel so refreshed now. Yay. Brandylin, you finished Native Tongue. You have no idea if you liked it. Maybe an issue of good idea but weak execution. Okay, that's fair. I know what you're talking about, where you're like, I liked it, but I feel like I could like it more, but there was something that didn't work. Jay got another 4% red. Are you still liking Harry August? That actually just made it sound like August was hairy, like covered in hair. Chris, you never read the blurb or synopsis, even with arcs. You like going into a book with no expectations. I don't know. Recently, I've been enjoying going in with the expectations that are set and seeing how reality lines up to that. And it's been working out okay. And Sue says it's okay. She doesn't do well in the heat. Yeah, I hear ya. Diana, you finished your book. Yay for finishing. And checked out Audible 2-for-1 sale. And bought Kristen Lavransdatter. Nice. Chris, day starts off with a woman trapped in a mall with an active. Oh, no. As in your book? I'm hoping in your book. I'm assuming that's what we're still talking about. Because what was your book called? Because now I'm like, do I want to read that book? Oh, day? Yeah, that would be a day. I'm guessing it's like just a day in the mall. Or is it like a day in her life? Or it's like one of those days. The heat is not always an excuse. Oh, well, you know, sometimes you got to give them a bye. Give people some grace and space. It sounds like that's what Sue's doing. Jane read 74 pages from the correspondent and got to page 184 out of 285. Ooh, getting close to finishing, 100 pages away. Jay's enjoying Harry August. It does sound like a book prompt. Read all your books with hair fur on the cover. Oh, so you're reading August. Is that what you're saying? Kristen got Audible for another week, 2-for-1 sale. Better make the most of it. So you agree with Anne, Anne, but between her diabetes and the heat, we argue too much. Oh, yeah, that is a lot. Jane, you're not really enjoying the correspondent, the main character, and it seems to be petty at times. I think that gets explained as it goes along, is my understanding. I know nothing about the book, so that could be wrong. I do know that she is not necessarily a likable person. I feel like that's something that I've frequently heard, but that, I don't know. It seems like something happens where people are more okay with that by the end of the book than they are during the reading, if that makes sense. So maybe don't give up on it for that. Keep going, I guess, would be the idea, the advice or whatever. Okay. So my plans. Get the mail. I'm probably going to forget to do that. Finish cleaning, which I'm mostly done. I just need to finish the sink area and then do the floors and probably get the laundry going. So I'm pretty close to being done with cleaning. And I need to make myself a note to buy something, because I'm just realizing I'm going to forget for like the next time. Let's see here. She gets better. Who gets better? What gets better? She gets better. The day gets better. You feel you might not be alone with a correspondent. Oh, there you go, Britta and Jane. This time you set the timer. Okay, there you go. Hey, you made it back for like a good minute or so, though. Sometimes most of us humans have days when we could argue with the walls if we could. Yeah, I have those days. Mm-hmm. Yeah, be alone. Yeah, you're not alone, Britta. Oh, but your mom called. Oh, well, that's going to do it. Jane's about 2/3 of the way through the book, and it seems like she isn't getting better. I don't know that she gets better. Like, I don't know that her personality changes. I think it just gets explained, and that may or may not work. You hate the mall. Reading a book about an active in the mall would convince you never need to go again. Aries loved the audiobook of The Correspondent. That might help. Kristen did actually get your window film on the kitchen windows, but you forgot to listen to your audiobook while you did it. Oh no. You were like in the moment, like, I'm gonna get this audio. Jay, not up for a road trip with the correspondent. Britta might have to push her out to a rest stop somewhere. Apparently, the correspondent was one of those books where you felt it was too precious for you. Okay, that's fair. I feel like that's how I would feel about it, which is why I'm not reading it. The main character in the correspondent gets character development. Yes, that. Thank you, Aries. That's basically the idea that I have heard about it. And you were supposed to read the correspondent for book club, but didn't get it in time from the library. Wasn't too torn up about it. Yeah, people have very mixed feelings. You hope she does. You have about 100 pages left. She's on the timer. Let us know, Jane, if you feel like if you get close to finishing it, and if you feel like the character development was worth it. All right, let's go into our next sprint. I'll let you know how the cleaning goes when I get back, and maybe I'll have a little bit of dinner as well. I don't know. We'll see. Happy sprinting, guys. I'll see you in an hour. If any of you live far away and are going to sleep during the sprint, night. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. What did I do? I got the mail. It turned out I didn't have as much of the bathroom left to clean as I thought. And then I spent a decent chunk of time listening to Kontiki because I didn't realize I was trying to finish a chapter and I didn't realize that the chapter in the audiobook was split up into two parts. So I finished the part and then it just kept going. And I was like, oh, I'm not at the end of the chapter because it's easier to move my booklet mark in the physical book along when you do that. But oh well. But I stopped reading that or listening to it because I did want to switch to Cloud Splitter because I do want to get back to this book. So I don't think I've really talked about this book much, or I did first thing this morning. Anyway, this is Cloud Splitter. As you can see, it's a nice, big, fat, chunky book. It is just under 800 pages. And this is a work of historical fiction that is supposed to be told by John Brown's youngest son, an only surviving son and family member of his boys from the Harper's Ferry event. And yeah, so this story is told by Owen Brown, and he is telling sort of like the true story of what really happened with his farmer. It reminds me of like the true story of the Kelly Gang. Not that I've read that, but it's just having that feel. And I'm kind of wondering what I'm doing because I had something planned for the video I was going to do with this, and now I'm finally realizing I'm in the middle of reading a mammoth. So I think I'm gonna have to change my plans for my video, which is fine because I'm really enjoying this book a lot. It's a reread for me. I read this for the first time, I'm pretty sure, in high school, and not for high school, like just when I was high school age. And I remember liking it and wanted to reread it. And I've seen some people read it like in the last year or so and mention it and how much they really liked it. And I am currently 30 pages in, not very far. I just started it last night and I'm loving the writing in this. I mentioned earlier today that I really like the writing. It's rather poetic, the prose is, and the voice is very soothing, and it's definitely maximalist, thus the 800 pages, but in a way that I like, in that he is just talking and he's just going on, and he's even reflecting on the fact that the words are just pouring out of his mouth because he spent so much time in silence. And the way this is just being written and that he's talking, it reminds me of excerpts from Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman, and I'm here for it. And it's now going to make me want to read Leaves of Grass after this, but I'm not going to, even though I own it. But yeah, I'm enjoying this, and I'm glad to finally get to a point in the day where I can come back to it, even though I'm also realizing that I should not have picked up this book next. Because honestly, when I picked it up and started reading it last night, I forgot that I was going to be starting The Jungle today. And if I had remembered that, I don't think I would have picked up this book right now. But alas, oh well. And then the other nice thing is at the back of this book, it does list some other works of his that I'm not sure I want to read all of them, but he's got quite a backlist. So if you've read anything else by Russell Banks and have things that you would recommend, let me know. Thus far, the two books that I am kind of interested in that he's written are The Relation of My Imprisonment, a work of fiction utilizing a form invented in the 17th century by imprisoned Puritan divines. What? And then Trailer Park, a portrait of New England life that is at once dark, witty, and revealing. So we'll see if I read those at some point, but that's what my read is going to be for the rest of this evening. We'll see how far I can make it. I would be super happy if I made it to page 100 in this by the end of the night, which would be 70 pages. I mentioned earlier that this is not a quick read for me, so that feels rather ambitious, especially given that I'm going to have dinner in the next sprint. But I only have to reheat dinner, so that might help. No trip for you with Sybil. You don't want to end your life in jail. That sounds wise, Britta. I wouldn't recommend doing that. And sorry, like the coloring is going to be a little odd because I want this window open because you can see lots of sunlight is coming in through it, and I want that sunlight. Good night, Aries. You're one of the faraway people going to bed. Okay, sounds fair. I'm glad I said good night. If you can sleep is another matter entirely. Fair. And yeah, Britta's off as well. Sleep well. Might put on a cozy audiobook to doze off to. That sounds nice. Hey, Kay, how are you? It is late. It's 11 p.m., but you're going to read before you sleep for a couple of hours, reading a very slow Shari Lapina book, thriller. She is usually great, but not so this time, but you will not DNF. I do recall that you're not a DNFer. Okay, good luck with that. And hello, Sherry. How are you? Dropping in, hugging the like button. Arc of Sincerely Your Murderer. Ooh, nice. I hope you're having a good day and you enjoy your arc. Jay got another 6% along. Things have gone sideways for poor Harry. Aw, but the money has been good. Watch some robots attempt MMA in the China Robot Olympics. Oh my gosh. They're wild, those robots. We're in no immediate danger. Good to know. Based on that, even if it seems like you are, it seems like the basic idea is just, I would say a good stiff arm, but I don't even think you need a stiff arm. I think just a cat swap, a cat swipe rather, like cat paw it and tumble over they will go, or even just make the motion of doing a cat paw. Kelly did a load of dishes, cleaned both litter boxes, folded the last load of clothes, and put up the groceries. You're very welcome for the sprints. You got a lot done. You're off to prep for yours. Sounds good. Finally get to read for fun. Yay! Sue's on page 100. Good job, Sue. Holly Russellbank wrote one of your favorite books, Rule of the Bone. What is that one about? Because I forgot about that one. That one's also listed at the back of the book here. And it just says a journey of self-discovery through a world of magic, violence, betrayal, and redemption. But that's not helpful. But I feel like I also read Rule of the Bone and also really enjoyed that. But that one I remember nothing about. But you haven't been able to connect with any of his other books. Have you tried Cloud Splitter? I don't know if I'm going to continue to enjoy the journey, but I'm liking it so far. I think it's like the right book, right time, right writing style, you know? Sue's at 42% in Power, Wealth, and Murder by Ella White. It's a cozy mystery novella. Nice. Diana's finishing reading Oscar Wilde, A Critical Study. You're over 60%. Awesome. How's it going? Do you like it? Do you recommend? Chris, that was a to-do list sprint. Okay, helped with the litter, started the laundry, took down to the clean laundry, filled the cat's dishes, and get the library books gathered to go back. You got a lot done as well, and it sounds good. What kind of to-do list do you use? Do you just like have a basic list and you just cross out? Do you check off? Do you X? I'm always interested in how people do like their to-do things. And Jay, you wouldn't want to get in range of the robot fist, but yeah, me neither. But half the time they were faced the wrong direction when they started punching and kicking. They're getting very nimble, just turned around. Yeah, they do seem like they're moving more, but then they're still really just out of it. But you know what? If we got to the point where robots were fighting each other in a closed off space where no harm could be done to people, and that was happening instead of people fighting one another, maybe I'd be okay with that. Especially if it was like that was how the fighting was going. Like maybe they don't need to develop that further. Maybe that's as far as it should get. Rule of the Bone is about a homeless kid. It's a bit picturesque. Yes, you DNF'd Cloud Splitter. Okay. Why did you DNF it? Did you not like it? Writing style? I feel like the writing style would make or break it for a lot of people. Or was it just too long? You have Cloud Splitter, Anne. Have you read it? You just do a mental one. Oh, good on you. I could never do that. I would struggle to remember point one. You're terrible at writing it down anywhere. If it's something you really need to do, you will add it as a task on the Finch app. Ooh, okay. I haven't heard of that app, but I like a good to-do app. Alex, Trailer Park sounds interesting, right? You love books about New England. Yeah, there you go. And apparently about New England trailer parks during probably the 90s. You'll wait to hear my opinion. Seems fair. Seems fair. So far, so good. But, He's got a long way to go. So he's going to have numerous opportunities to mess it up. That's exactly how the fighting was going in a ring with a ref, some great exchanges, and then they'd get turned around and kick and punch the air. It was amusing. That's how all fighting should be, like amusing in that way. It's one of the old works delving into Oscar, and unless you're one in the group of grave kissers, you would say you probably will be bored. I'm not a fan of memoirs or biographies, I'm realizing, so Holly, you think it was too slow and you were in your 20s at the time. It doesn't go into slavery much, right? Oh, yeah, no. It's like on the back, it describes it as where is it? It's supposed to be scenes of domestic life violence and action in battle, and also of romance and familial life and death. And he even talks about, like, the character talks about in the beginning how, like, there's even this whole time where he wasn't with his family at all. So I'm guessing he's going to talk a lot about that. But it seems like it's going to be a combination of everything that's going to help you sort of understand what life was like at that time, more like for people living during that time and through that time period, and be more about that than specifically about slavery or the war. So I could see why it didn't work for you. And let's get back into our sprints. Just a second, I'll reset the timer so we have the full hour. You really like the Finch app. It gives you a cute little bird friend to help you out. Oh, I love little things like that. I'll be the guinea pig for you, Anne. Sure, sure, sure. Cloud Spitter sounds awesome. You love anything historic. It's your favorite genre. Oh, well, I mean, you might want to wait until I've read more than 30 pages of 700, but I know I'm not the only one who likes it. Just know that even the author has a whole disclaimer at the front that it is not historically accurate. Like, he's taking an idea and a person and he's imagining things, which sometimes I like and sometimes I don't, depending on where their imagination goes. So we'll see. I have heard complaints where people were like, some of the things that he invented doesn't even make sense why you would invent that. But we'll see. All right, we've got an hour and a clock. I'm going to go eat dinner and make some progress in this book, and I'll see you when we get back. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine was good. I am really lit up here. it's it's bright in here, but it's not that bright. Anyway, how did your sprint go? Mine went well. I had dinner that sprint. I don't know why I'm confused. That is what I did. I had dinner and then I had an apple with peanut butter for dessert because it was a pretty light dinner. And that's all digesting. And I might have a little ice cream bar that I have for dessert. I don't know, to finish the meal off. Or I might just have some more tea because that also sounds really good. And I'm still working on my book, which I will be for God knows a long, long time. um, and yeah, that is going well. And what else? I think that's pretty much it. We are getting to that time of day where we will be going into our last sprint soon. In fact, the next sprint will be our last sprint. I don't know why I'm saying soon. Sorry, there's stuff going on my phone. Too many things going on my phone. Okay. We'll be going into our last sprint somehow. The day is pretty much almost over. I feel like it's gone pretty fast. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the week. My son is back at school. That seems to have gone mostly well, though I don't know why it's taken me 3 years to realize that his computer breaks at the beginning of every single school year and that I need to send him back to school 1000% prepared for his computer to break the second he gets back. Like he's had it all year. He's gone overseas with his computer. And day one, like within 24 hours of him getting back, he texted me and he was like, do you know where the insurance information is for my computer? Because my charging cord broke. And so now he's having to borrow one to charge his computer, which isn't a big deal. He'll be able to get a replacement. I'm going to send him some replacements. But I'm just like, I could have literally gotten him replacements while he was here. We have like a surplus store, and they have all sorts of surplus computer parts, including charging cables for pretty much every laptop that's ever existed that any student has ever used. And so I'm like, yeah, I'll get you the part for it. So I need to do that tomorrow, and then we'll see where things go from there. But let's see how you guys were doing. I don't know why I shared that with you. I'm pretty sure I had some point at one point, but I forgot what it was. And hello, read along, listening to an audiobook as you cut your hand this weekend. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Holding a physical book and turning physical book is not easy. No, it would not be. But at least you've got audiobooks. I hope you heal well and quickly and that you're able to turn pages soon. I know, right, Sue? That does sound painful. Diana is going to spend some time with your son. You're going to play a board game. Ooh, which board game? Have a good week to you two. You've probably already left, so I'll never find out. See you in September. Oh, weird. Next week will be September, won't it? Crazy. And you just found a huge bruise where there should not be one. Oh no. I'm sorry. Did you hit yourself or something? I hate mysterious bruises, says Sue. I agree, Sue, because then like your mind goes crazy places, and it may be nothing. It may be like, oh, need a little more fat in my diet or whatever. But missing a nutrient, I don't like mysterious bruises. Jane didn't read that past sprint. Finished reading The Correspondent, the previous sprint, 4 stars. Okay, so here's the question, Jane. Did the character development work out for you? I mean, you gave it 4 stars, so it couldn't have been too bad in the end. Chris also had a dinner sprint. While it was cooking, you hung up the laundry. Nice. Sue's at 78%. You keep falling asleep. Well, that's understandable, Sue. I'm glad you're at least getting some sleep, though I know it's not as satisfying as if it was a lot of sleep. Chris, excited for the Pink Mystery readathon. Oh, for Pink Crime. Is that which one you're talking about? The Pink Mystery? What's the Pink Mystery? Are you talking about this? I don't think you're talking about that. What are you talking about, Chris? Agatha just had dinner and was reading about mindfulness writing. Cool. What is a book trend that I actually like? I don't know. Um, Give me some ideas. Book trends. I don't know what are book trends. Are there even any book trends that I can think of? I was telling Alex that I hope the Nomad paperbacks that those become a trend. I like that Japanese pocket size book. Kristen got your shower in the sprint and listened to your audiobook. You're up to 80% in Marlena by Julie Bunton. Nice. And you're now going to try and, excuse me, make a dent in your arc in the last sprint. It's the minimalist. Ooh, interesting. Okay, good. I'm glad you got to it. I know you wanted to. There's one more Monday in August. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was like, I'm not doing the math, but 7 days from now, no, 7 days from now would be the 31st, right? Oh, yeah. And there's 31 days in August, right? Yeah, there are 31 days in August. So, yeah, there's one more Monday. Teresa, you're still here cooking dinner and cleaning while listening to some audio. Great. What you making for dinner, Teresa? Jane's going to head off soon. You're anticipating heading to dinner soon. I hope you have a wonderful dinner. Oh, yes. Okay, you did mean pink crime. Okay, yes. The pink the pink mystery read along. A mystery? It's not a mystery though. You know that, right? That it's not a mystery novel. That I could kind of almost see how you would think that. Um, but maybe that's not what you meant. But the pink crime. Sadly, it's not a mystery. I wish it was a mystery to all of us instead of nonfiction horror. Is what it's going to feel like. Is anyone else doing any September reading events? What other September reading events are going on? I'm trying to think. I can't think of any. Book trend you don't like, not using quotes for dialogue. You know, I know that's one that bothers a lot of people. I feel like it depends on the book. I've read quite a few books that don't have that, and it doesn't bother me, and I barely notice. But I feel like when it's the ones where they're like trying to do it as this cool thing to make it like, wonder who's talking, that feels like it gets old very fast. um, but I've read some other books where like they don't have the quotes, but like it just works with the flow of the story, but they're not trying to confuse you. Teresa, you're doing series September and shorty September. Oh yeah, those regular ones. I never do either. I've thought about doing shorty September, but I'm not. Shorty September, at least for Sue as well. Anne has a doctor's appointment on the 31st of August. Ah, thus you know. Teresa, we are just having corn on the cob with rotisserie chicken. Oh, that sounds good though. Book trend you like, accepting a book is not for you, and being able to DNF it. True. I like DNFing books. I mean, I'd prefer not to, but I like not having an issue doing that. Okay, so I have an idea of the book trends. What book trends do I like? Book hauls. Is that a book trend? Like people sharing what books they recently purchased, even if it's not a haul, like even on here when you guys share books that you recently purchased. Um, More because like I go on to book social media because I want to get ideas about other books. And so I don't always need a review of another book to decide whether or not I want to read it. So I really like when people do book hauls. I don't feel like it's too showy. I feel like it's sharing. And so I hope that's a trend that continues. Um, and if I did one that I dislike, I think on the opposite end, I'm not a huge fan. I don't know if dislike sounds too strong, but I'm not as big a fan of unhauls. And not because I have a problem with people unhauling their books, like do what you want with your books, but more like I don't know, because I feel like if I watch the person's channel enough, I've already seen the book. And so then I feel like I'm just seeing the book again. Like I'm more interested in people's videos about books they've DNF'd and books they've read than what happens to the books they get rid of. Because I feel like for a lot of people, by the time you're just unhauling the books, you've already told me what you've done with them, you know? I already said that. I think you get it. But like, I mean, other people like it, so what if I don't like it? Let's see. Where did I leave off? Oh, you used to feel guilty for DNFing. Welcome to no guilt-free zone. DNF away. I love DNFing because I feel like there's very few times where I regret DNFing a book. A lot of times I never think about them again. And I love going on to something else. And especially if I've DNF'd something and then the very next book I end up picking up, I love. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't waste time on the book before that. And the times where like I've thought about DNFing a book, especially recently, and then haven't, like the book was like a 3-star, and I'm like, I should have DNF'd it. You love TBR videos, especially the games. Oh yeah, that's true. I love a good TBR video. And you know what? Like I want to officially put it out there. If you have a TBR game and you are a TBR game person, or you've thought about doing a TBR game, I am one of the people who I do not care if you read the books on your TBR. Like it's fun when you do, but at the end of the day, I don't care, because I know some people are like get really stressed out about that, or that there's some people like who won't do a TBR game or whatever, or start apologizing for not having read all the books. I don't care. I just want to see you play the game. So freedom for all of you from that stress. And I don't even need to see in the video for your TBR game if you've read the books. I like that better in wrap ups, and maybe just like a quick flash on the screen. Here's what I read from the last one. But like, I don't need you to count down through all the books that you read, because I want to see that in somewhere else and hear more about that somewhere else. So those are all my opinions that no one asked for on TBR videos. Did you see where Ann Patchett did not like Yesteryear? I did not. Did she say why she didn't like it? Always interesting. Interesting that she's commenting on other people's books. Chris, you're doing the next round of the final book support group and the Readathon Rebellion. Ooh, I see the announcement for that, but haven't watched the video. You will also have the autumn round of strolling through the seasons once you film the announcement video. Fun. And Sam, hello. You're having connectivity issues. Oh, but I'm glad you made it for the last sprint too. And I'm sorry you're having trouble connecting. I also originally blurred the words together and got connective tissues issues out of that. And I was like, I don't think that's what Sam's saying. But I'm glad you're not saying that. Chris, you think unhauling has become a bit of a personality trait rather than something real? Could be. I mean, are you the unhauling type? Could there be a quiz on that? Chris, you don't like filming unhauls because it's mostly DNF'd or read it and don't need it or keep it or decided not to read it. You feel repetitive. I do too. I feel boring. That's the number one reason. You almost never see unhauls on my channel, like where my video is just about what I'm unhauling. I film it in a way that I find boring. And so I'm like, there's no way anybody's going to find this interesting, because, and like, there's a few I've put out there on my channel, but I'm like, I don't, it's so boring. Unless I'm like, oh, I'm going to go and donate these to a little free library and see what I can get in exchange. That's fun. Kurt, book hauls are like no quotes. It depends. If you are showing off, it's a nope. If it's a share, as in these are the kinds of books I like, then okay. It helps determine if you like the channel. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I can always tell if somebody's just showing off, but I like when people share what they're reading or are going to read. Like I watch this one channel and they're always apologizing because they're like, we're going to talk about books we haven't read yet. And I'm like, that's cool. Do it. Chris, which kitty is sponsoring your fall challenge? Oh, good question, Sue. Sue's going to be joining. Kurt, but if they keep showing books they haul but never read, that's nope. I do like when people show books they haul and then eventually one day, maybe like me, we'll talk about it, because I do sometimes want to know like what they thought about that book before I consider buying it. So I myself, because I like that, have been trying to read more of the books closer to the time that I. So you may have noticed that this year I've read some of the books that I've hauled this year. So I like seeing closer to the time that people haul books, like not all of them, but some of them. Chris, if you're gonna watch an unhaul, it's when someone is actively going through their shelves because it's interesting to me, their thought process in real time. Yes, I know what you mean, Chris. And there's who does that? The Read Hoard Burn. Somebody, oh, what is her name? I can't think of her name, but she does that on her channel where like she's unhauling books, but the point of her video isn't that she's unhauling it. She's like going shelf by shelf and trying to decide if she's really going to read a book or if she's just ready to unhaul it. And I agree, Chris. I like that process in real time. That is fun to watch. I don't know why. Piles of Possibilities or TBR, both good for book ideas. Exactly, Agatha. Kurt's not big on TBRs, especially not games. You're going to read what you want and not rely on chance or a game to decide what you want to read. That's fair. I could do that too, but I still like watching them. I just like watching games. I like games in general. Chrissy decided to honor Stormy for the autumn round. Oh, a sneak peek for those who here who are curious. Ooh, insider info. Love it, Chris. Thanks for sharing. And that's sweet. I love that you're honoring Stormy. And she basically said it would not stand the test of time. Oh, same reason you're not interested. Well, that could be said of a lot of books. a lot of books. Chrissy, you're kind of hoping you would do it. That's sweet. That is sweet. I love that. You've done them and did not enjoy filming them, the unhauls. You've already talked about most of them or didn't read them, so you have nothing to say. Yeah, that's how I feel when I just do a straight unhaul. I'm like, yeah, I'm unhauling them. Still hate this book. Still don't want to read it. Still didn't like it. Still decided not to read it. Something like that. Gavin's done several of them, and it's always interesting to see what he is thinking. Yeah, I agree. I think the like real time, like let me look at this shelf unhaul is fascinating. You love games or gimmicks to build a TBR, reading off a TBR though. I think that's how everybody feels like after a little bit in some ways. Like I want to do the game and build one, but it's got to be a pile of possibilities that I try to get through. But Chris, you're so good at getting through your TBR. You're like goals on that. Kristen, you like TBR game more than having a TBR. You love to play the game to give you ideas, but you're bad about sticking to them. You know, it's all about the game. It's all about the game. What you read at the end of the month, that's a different video, Instagram story, whatever you're going to do. Another bibliophile reads posted a good video about TBR. How do you choose your next book, mood, cue, or mission? Oh, that's fun. I'm going to have to check that out. His name felt the most autumnal. Yeah, that does make sense. I get that. Or spring-like, but somehow, yeah, more that autumnal edgy vibe. I get that. Okay, we've gone on over time. I did pause the timer though, so we could just finish that little chat. It was good. I was enjoying it. We are going to go into our last sprint of the day. I'm going to sit and read some, I was about to say Cloud Steamer. I'm going to read Cloud Splitter and get my little yogurt bar and wind up my evening as you do yours. We'll come back and we will talk one last time before we go. Could I host another reading sprint this week? Actually, I don't think I can because I have another one for channel members this week. That's on Friday. And then we're going to Cat Video Fest on Sunday. So my weekend's pretty packed. Oh gosh. So yeah, I don't know. Keep an eye out. Make sure you have pressed the bell. Maybe I'll try and see if I can do a pop-up one sometime this week. But yeah, keep an eye out for other people on this channel too, if you're not subscribed to them, because some other people who are in the chat do also do sprints. No guarantee that they're going to sprint this week, but that might happen. Books are like squirrels. What you plan depends on what's in your eye line. Squirrel. I don't know. If it's a squirrel, wouldn't it be out of the corner of your eye? You really like books that you would reread? Same. Or okay, books that you plan to read. Yep. Yeah, Cat Video Fest. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Look it up. Maybe there's one near you guys. I hope there is if you want to go. Anyway, okay, I'm going to go read, get my ice cream. Not in that order. If you saw me mopping earlier, it's because I dumped my water on the floor. Hopefully I won't do that again. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting.